Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us again. We are waiting on room 2. I think they just finished up a few minutes ago.
All right, everybody here? Okay. Maybe I should cut my camera on. Let's see. Okay. All teams, yep, yep. Okay, first and foremost, everyone that has done a tremendous job. Kudos to you for working very hard. Without any further ado, we'll tell you who will go to the finale. Okay. Do keep in mind, even if you don't advance, please join us for the conversation with the executive from the Recording Academy. And then it's going to be some cool stuff at the very end. Okay, so everybody ready? Okay, so the first team that's going to advance is Team B. And the other team is Team H. Okay, send me that email so I can get you over your problem set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Great job, everybody.
Thank you. Did you, I'm sorry, Mr. Burnett, did you asked us to email you, or you said you were going to email us for the problem?
No, email me so I can get it to you, because otherwise I have to look through everything to try to find you guys, because everything was anonymous, so it's hard to keep track.
Understood. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
All right.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing wonderful. We will be getting started shortly. Sierra is going to be our moderator. We are already live on YouTube, so we'll have some folks joining us through that medium, as
Okay.
well as some of our contestants from the music contract negotiation competition.
Amazing. Amazing.
So thank you for being here and
Absolutely.
imparting your knowledge and wisdom to the masses.
Oh, thank
Greatly
you.
appreciate it.
I appreciate you having me here.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Jaya. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Doing
You look
well.
great.
Oh, stop. Thank you. Still recovering, but yes.
I figured.
Are you, where are you?
I am in Los Angeles. It
Okay.
is George weekend.
Yes. I'm in Atlanta.
How long are you in Atlanta for?
Until Tuesday, and then I'm back until on Thursday until Sunday. Then I have to go to LA for Oscars.
Goodness. The schedule.
I know. Booked and blessed. That's what we'll call it.
Booked, busy, and
And
blessed.
blessed. Correct.
Do you have any questions about the questions? I mean, they're pretty straightforward.
No, I think they're straightforward, and hopefully, will there be questions? Will there be Q&A from the audience ever, or just from Sierra?
Yeah, Sierra's going to moderate. She's going to do the questions that were sent to you, and then we're going to open it up to the audience, the students.
Perfect. One of my former students from Hampton is a 3L there now, I believe.
Oh, get out of here, really?
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to talk or tell them to stop by the office. I don't know if they're interested in sports and entertainment.
She got the email, Devin Williams, so I believe she is, because she got the email about me being on the panel.
Okay.
She must be on your listserv.
Okay, great. So I'm Vice Chancellor of Innovation and Strategic Partnerships and Initiatives here
Oh, very nice.
at the Law Center.
Very, very
So
nice to meet you. And I appreciate all that you're doing. Educators are so very important.
thank you. So Sierra is here.
Hi, Mr. Butler.
How are you?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. And you're more than welcome to call me Ryan if you're comfortable with that, but you can call me Mr. Butler as well.
Okay.
Ryan, Sierra is a law student at Southern, and she's also a Ohio native.
Okay, 08. What part of Ohio?
Cincinnati, but I went to undergrad at the Ohio State University.
Of course. See, well now, Jai, now we get to celebrate both Cincinnati and Columbus.
Exactly.
I'm from Columbus.
Sierra, Ryan's from Columbus.
Oh, cool. Okay. Had some good times in Columbus in undergrad.
Absolutely.
So I know we're supposed to start at 1. Should we go ahead and get started or wait a couple minutes to give people time to come in?
I am good with whatever your pace is.
Okay. We'll go ahead and get started because I know we have a limited amount of time for this fireside chat. But I would love to welcome everyone that is joining the live stream. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us for our fireside chat with Mr. Ryan Butler. My name is Sierra Sanders, and I am the president of the Sports and Entertainment Legal Association here at Southern University Law Center. We are honored to have you all here and hope you will stick around for the third and final part of our music contract negotiation competition. Since we only have a short time with Mr. Butler, I will ask a few questions and then leave some room at the end to answer a few questions from the audience in the chat. So without further delay, Mr. Ryan Butler serves as Vice President of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for the Recording Academy, where he leads diversity, equity, and inclusion internally and externally for the Recording Academy and its affiliates. He is responsible for enterprise-wide diversity and inclusion efforts and ensuring the Academy's core value of diversity, equity, and inclusion remains embedded throughout all aspects of the organization, including internal staff culture, membership, awards, advocacy, and related programs. He also sets national and chapter goals to accelerate outcomes for underrepresented communities and creators. Mr. Butler, it's such a pleasure to meet you virtually. We'll go ahead and jump right into the question. So my first question is, could you share a little bit about your career path and what inspired you to pursue a career in the music industry?
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you, Sierra, for having me here today, and congratulations on all that you all are doing down at Southern University Law Center. I'm reading about it and I've heard about the competition, and that's just amazing. My career path, I would say, has been both untraditional and in a hybrid. I started off at Howard University undergrad. I majored in legal communications, and I always thought that I wanted to go to law school. And so my first job out of Howard University was actually at a law firm in Washington, D.C. And I guess before, we were doing gap years or whatever, I thought I'm going to take a year off before I applied to law school. And then I ended up falling in love with the music business. I don't know if you would remember Napster, but Napster was kind of like came on the scene and is what really kind of shifted and evolved the music business from a product-based business where we were selling CDs to a digital content based business. And so, Napster eventually was taken down through legal action. And then iTunes was set up. And so I really ended up in the music industry and didn't go to law school, but graduated from NYU with a master's in music business at the time that iTunes and the first iPod were hitting the music industry. And so it was a really fascinating time to learn. I ended up after that going to MTV Networks, and I was at MTV Networks when The Daily Show, like way pre Trevor Noah, Jon Stewart still on The Daily Show, but that audiences were really starting to tune in at 11 o'clock to watch The Daily Show instead of their local news. And it was also right after Dave Chappelle and Viacom had, their negotiation, as we talk about contract negotiations, kind of fall apart. And so that was also a very fascinating time to learn. And then I decided I really wanted to teach. And so I was a professor at Hampton University for 10 years. I came in as an adjunct professor leaving New York. And I left as an assistant dean in 2017. I see one of my former students in the audience. Hello, Devin, how are you? And then after that, I ended up leaving Hampton and I landed at the Recording Academy where I am now. At first, I was in our public policy and advocacy office, so lobbying on Capitol Hill on behalf of the rights of creators. And now I am leading our DEI team, and I'm more so focused on our community engagement and social impact. So yes, it's a long, and sorry for that long-winded answer. I will take a breath now, but I just wanted to kind of lay it out because I'll probably make reference back to some of those career points throughout this conversation.
Absolutely wonderful. But you mentioned Napster and how we now have things like Apple Music, and it's always fascinating to see how the music industry is evolving. What are some key trends you're seeing now in the music industry?
For me, obviously, I think, we are, as media and technology continue to converge, I don't know how much more converged they can become. I mean, they seem like they are one now, but I feel learning, coding and, data analytics is going to be really, really important. I think that the more we're focusing on, success being on a platform and connected to metrics, that those things are really, really going to be important, whether it is understanding because you're in a, marketing position, or understanding because you're negotiating on behalf of your client, like to really understand what success looks like on that platform, what are the trends and what are the baselines of success on that platform, and why would your client be worth a certain dollar amount, right? I think you would have to really understand how to do those data analytics. I think that would make, a much stronger negotiation, right? To really be able to understand what your client is doing on that platform or for a specific, partner, how you monetize that, I think is very connected to data analytics these days. And so I think that a trend I'm seeing again is just saying that, social is continuing to evolve. Right now it's all about TikTok and people growing their TikTok audience, right? Before that it was Insta. Before that we had, a moment with, Snapchat. I mean, there's been ebbs and flows. Insta's kind of had its moments. Right now, I don't know if it's necessarily the one, right? I feel like TikTok is, but it doesn't mean that, Instagram won't come back in some iteration. And so I think that you have to, be there. I think another trend I'm seeing is more ownership. I think that, creators are, becoming more savvy and understand the importance of owning their IP. So they're not really just doing work for hires anymore. They want to make sure that I am owning what I am creating. I'm not selling it to you. We can talk about a license deal that we can license even in perpetuity, but that understanding that the real money and value comes from ownership. So I think that that's a trend that we're seeing, and I think that that trend is supported by the trend of diversity. And I think, we talk about diversity and been such a buzzword, but I think a lot of times the real work that's being done by companies like Diverse Representation, and you're really making sure that those teams, right, that Black creators and, Black athletes have, Black attorneys and Black agents and, Black publicists. And I think that that's really also very, very important, because then your team understands, right, that how we have to continue to challenge the status quo and what ownership means for our culture and for our people. And so I think, when you see all of this coming together, I think those three trends are what I would say are at the top right now. So, data, continuing to, drive decisions and understanding and understanding and analyzing that data and how to monetize, diversity and ownership.
I love it. And I'm a huge advocate of ownership. I love that trend that's happening, for people, protecting what they created. That's beautiful to me. And I'm excited to be representing artists or clients in the future and help them to keep their ownership. So yes, absolutely. So my next question, what is one of the biggest misconceptions about working in the music industry?
I would say the biggest misconception is that it's all fun, and I'm not, going to say that it's not fun. I get to travel a lot, which can also be exhausting, attend a lot of great events, but a lot of times when you're in the industry, right, whether it's as a lawyer, as, a VP of diversity, as a CMO, as a, however you're in the industry, these events really are work. Right. And so, I was even talking last night to a colleague, and, she was saying, I love networking, but there's just sometimes when, you don't want to be networking, but you don't really have a choice when you're in the industry and you're at an event. Right. I said, yeah. And I refer to it as jazz hands, like, oh, you always have to be on, you always have to be performing. Right. And you always have to do those jazz hands. So I think that a misconception of, oh, it's all fun, and that's why I'm going to pick this industry because it's going to, be more fun, maybe even that's a coded way of saying like easier, right? But I think some of the most brilliant minds that I've ever met have been working in the entertainment space. And when we think about, protecting IP, right? And what does that mean? And or like in my case, when I think about, you know, the future of music, and I think about all that's happening with artificial intelligence, which is another trend that we could add to, you know, what we were talking about. If I wanted to make add a fourth one, artificial intelligence, like who owns the song when the program writes the song, right? Who then wins the Grammy when the song wins, you know, record of the year? Like, right? Because those are now what we're about to see happening. And is it the coder who owns the song because they wrote the code that wrote the song? Is it the company who bought the program? Is it right? And I'm sure, you know, obviously the brilliant legal minds in this room will be the ones to figure that out. But I think the misconception that it's all fun is not true. It's a lot of work, and I think we work hard and we play hard. But even when we're playing, we're working.
Absolutely. And I think that that's common amongst law students, at least some that I've met, and they say that they want to go to the entertainment industry. A lot of time it's for the glitz and the glam, but you know, there's work to be done. You do get to partake in that glitz and glam, but you got to work just as hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I just got back from the Grammys. I mean, it sounds on the surface like, oh, that must have been amazing. You know, I mean, it was a lot of hard work, right? I had an event on Thursday, right, that kicked off Grammy Week publicly. It was that Recording Academy Honors. I don't know if you all saw that event that honored Dr. Dre and Missy Elliott and Lil Wayne and Sylvia Rhone. And so we have that event, but then we spin into the telecast. And even during the telecast, I cannot enjoy the telecast because Bad Bunny's closed captioning says singing in non-English. And then he's up on stage and the closed captioning says speaking in non-English. Not even like, are we not going to translate it, but we're going to say non-English instead of Spanish, as if we don't even know the language that he's speaking. As the VP of diversity, your phone is blowing up, the publicists are calling you, the lawyers are calling you, CBS is calling you, right? And so on the surface, it seems like, oh yeah, he got dressed up, he walked the red carpet, he got to have fun at the Grammys. I'm not saying that I did not enjoy the Grammys, right? But you know, every moment I'm holding on to my seat, wondering, Kendrick Lamar, amazing, redemption year, right? He had lost against Macklemore, now he's back and he wins. Diversity win. Ooh, Beyonce not winning album of the year. I'm trying to get out of the arena as quickly as possible. So you know, it's a catch-22. But yes, I enjoyed it, but it's also work.
Yes, absolutely. And it's so funny that you bring that up and to get
NDA, everyone, of course. I mean, you
yes,
know,
absolutely.
I'm just
'Cause I know that was a big thing on
clearly
Twitter.
not. I mean, we're streaming on YouTube, but I'm just
Right. Yeah, that was a big thing on Twitter. So it's nice to hear you shed a little light on that. But congratulations on a successful Grammys this year. It was very, very fun as a viewer to watch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. So my last question before I open it up to the audience members, guys, get your questions in the chat and I will be sure to make sure I ask them to Mr. Butler. So my last question, what are 3 pieces of advice you would give to students looking to pursue a career in the music industry who are seeking to positively impact the industry's culture and representation?
That's a great question. I would start with my number one piece of advice, remembering that all you have is your reputation, your work product, and your relationships. When it all boils down to it, those are the 3 things that are either going to hinder you or propel you in this industry. Right? So a lot of times in this industry, your reputation precedes you. It walks into the room before you walk into the room. And people know, because a lot of people also think that it's this big industry. It's not really this big industry. It's a very small industry. And you could be negotiating one day, right, with someone and they're on the other side of the table with you. And then in the very next negotiation, they're on the same side of the table with you. So you really have to remember never really to burn bridges. And that, you know, even in a negotiation when things get intense, like to be able to walk away with the relationship with the other party still intact. I think that that's very, very important. I would also say, in this industry to really be thinking in a future forward way about, what is coming up and what you are anticipating. I think anticipation is one of the biggest things that, anticipating the trend, anticipating, right, what's going to go next, like to really learn how to play chess when everyone else is playing checkers. And in chess, and and that applies to your negotiations and to life, right, to be thinking 2 and 3 and 4 steps ahead, right, to be opening a negotiation before people even know that you're negotiating with them, right, like they don't right. I think that all of those things are like very, very important. And I think lastly, I would say don't even limit yourself to thinking outside of the box. Just remove the box from the equation altogether and just think. I think that is a lot of times because even the box itself can be a limitation, right? And a self-limiting, right? Because now, am I in the box? Am I outside of the box, right? And then sometimes we're thinking more about inside or outside of the box than just removing the box and thinking. So those would be my 3 pieces of advice for this generation in getting into this industry. And I think to your point about how would somebody have impact, right, with their work, especially as we're talking about, social impact, cultural competence, those types of things. I really think it's to build products and to work with clients that where you keep trust and integrity at the core of everything you're doing, right? I don't think like a product that I built like Black Music Collective, if we didn't keep the trust and the integrity and it just felt very corporate and performative to our members and to those who are watching it over social media, I don't think that if it felt like it was from the culture to the culture, that it would be as successful. So I think the impact really comes when you build with intention and you keep trust and integrity at the center of the process.
Great advice. Yes, I don't see any questions in the chat. Oh, I do. Miss Williams has a question. So, how do you navigate accepting or declining a job position in the entertainment industry that does not pay in correlation to having a Juris Doctorate degree, but having a feeling that the company is where you should be to get your foot in the door? That's a great question.
It's a great question. And it's very hard, right? Like I wasn't coming in with a JD, but I did graduate from NYU with a master's. And I also thought that these first job offers that I was getting, I'm like, either y'all need to come up in price or I need a refund from NYU because this master's isn't mastering, right? It's not doing what I thought it was gonna do. So I completely get that. I will say in the entertainment industry, though, it is important. And, I made this reference of thinking about, chess, right? And I understand, that we have an expectation when we've invested a certain number of dollars and spent years becoming, a lawyer, that means that, I'm going to get a job. And it's hard when you have, classmates that you've been with for 3 years and they're getting, you want to go into entertainment industry, but they're going over to a firm and they're getting, this firm offer and, but you also have, classmates who, are going and they're going to be a public defender and they're, and yes, that does come with, forgiveness, with loan forgiveness in a lot of cases. And so that's the trade-off, right? So you think, okay, well, I'm making less money, but my loan, but I think it's hard when you start comparing yourself and your journey to others, right? I think that it's a known element that you're going to start off in the entertainment industry, probably making less money. Now, if your chess move is, I'm going to go to a firm and I'm going to, try to land in their IP department or try to land in their, in some transactional law, whatever it is. And I'm going to use those skills, and then I'm going to leverage those skills to get into a business and legal affairs team at a label, at a Spotify, at a Apple. I think, you have to think about that. But if that's what you want to do, it may take a couple more steps if your salary is a must have, right? Or I would argue you could probably accept that lesser salary and get into the industry and realize how many other things you can also do, and how you could be having this job but then also picking up clients and creating more revenue, and more streams of revenue. So I think it's really just a balance, when you're thinking about that. And if you're going to decline the position, I think, you decline and say that, and you're just honest, this position isn't really meeting my salary requirements. I still think that I'm an amazing fit, for this company, and it remains one of my, choice employers. Please keep me, please consider me, for future opportunities that may align with both of our goals.
Wonderful. Yes. That was an amazing question, Ms. Williams. I'm glad that you asked that. And thank you so much, Mr. Butler, for that answer. So I don't see any other questions, but I do want to ask one last question. We have about 6 minutes left. So if you guys have a question, I can try to get those in before our time expires. But there are studies going around, such as USC's Annenberg Inclusion Initiative, that gives statistics on the diversity in the music industry today. From your point of view, how would you describe the current state of diversity in the music industry?
I think that that's another, thing, like when we were talking about social media, right? And the ebbs and the flows of it. I think obviously in 2020, when we were in the middle of a global pandemic and and a racial reckoning, intersecting in our country at the same time, I think that diversity had a moment. And I think that most DEI practitioners knew that, that window of opportunity would become more and more narrow over time. So I think right now, I think a lot of DEI practitioners are outside of corporate spaces, are doing well, and I think that they're continuing to push. I think DEI practitioners that are inside of corporate spaces are, and we're all in this together. So right now we're kind of leaning on ours that are operating outside of the corporate spaces, holding, corporations to continue to be transparent, holding them accountable, right? Talking about restorative justice, talking about moving beyond the conversation of just diversity and inclusion, because those are really things that you can check off. Their actions. And I try to get my team to understand that all the time. Yes, we can do it. We can, make sure that we have, representation across the panel, and that we're doing things that look like they are diverse and look like they are inclusive. But if the people who are doing it don't feel like they belong, and belonging is a feeling, right? If they don't feel like they belong, then we're not doing it right? If it's not really connected to some type of justice, right? The work that we're doing, then we're not really doing it right. So I think that those inside the spaces, inside corporate spaces, are getting a lot of pushback now from their colleagues who are tired of talking about DEI, who are tired of it being, an agenda item. I think that practitioners in corporate spaces are also getting pushback from the financial side. What is the return on this investment, right? We're pouring all of these dollars into it. What do we get in return for that? So when you're a for-profit organization, you're really looking at that, and you don't want your DEI to just be a call center. But if it is just a call center, then you're going to end up starting to get a lot of pushback. So I think we're figuring out that balance right now, between the moral imperative of DEI, because doing it because it's the right thing to do, and the business imperative of DEI, right? Can it be a revenue generator? And to balance those two things without being performative, right? Because if we're just doing things now, because we know that this one right here, it makes money, and my department has to make money, and I have, one of my KPIs is revenue generation, right? Then I think that that it starts to remove that very trust and integrity that I said was imperative to be in the center of the process. And so I think that that balance is happening. But it's again great to have those on the outside of the corporate system doing the amazing work. Again, like diverse representation. And I'm not just saying that because Jaya is in the room, but the work that she's doing, I've been a fan of, and it continues to move the needle in the industry.
Yes, absolutely. Diverse representation is definitely a staple in our community, and we are so grateful for Jaya for all the work that she is providing for our community. So I want to give a shout out to Attorney Thomas on the line. One last question, and then we can go ahead and close out. It is from Mr. Richardson. Do you think there are advantages in living in Los Angeles over New York City when beginning your career in the music industry? Is it better to start off at a label or a corporation? For example, Apple, Spotify, etc.
Ooh, that is an interesting question. It is a good question. I would say yes, a lot of, you know, the recording and the events and the campaigns are being shot. All of that is happening in Los Angeles. A lot of business affair and legal affairs, it just so that really depends. It's still really happening in New York, right? As we continue to challenge the 7-year contract law, right? That happens in California. And so I think as that continues to be an issue, right? And labels want, the jurisdiction of the contract to be New York so that they're not bound to the state laws of California. So it really depends on, I think, what you are looking, how you're looking to exploit your JD, how you're looking to just exploit it in the industry. If you're looking to do like, artist agreements and work at a law firm who's doing a lot of that type of work, then I would say New York. If you're looking to do more, representation of clients, and Jaya, please jump in. If representation of clients and more kind of licensing and agency and those types of things, I would think that LA is a better place to start.
Great question, and thank you so much. We don't have any more questions, but we are right at time. So what I want to do now is thank you so very much for giving us 30 minutes of your time. We really appreciate it. If there are any students who would like to contact you, is there a way that they are able to do so?
Yes, you can. It is ryan.butler. So just my name with the period in the middle at grammy.com, no S. So ryan.butler at grammy.com.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thanks again.
Absolutely.
Everyone, you are so welcome. Everyone, please stick around or come back at 2:15 p.m. Central Time. That's 3:15 Eastern Time if you're on that coast. And we will start our final third round. And then shortly after that, we will announce the winners of our second annual music contract negotiation competition. Thank you guys, and have a great day, Mr. Butler.
Uh, participants, does anyone know a Ellen and Danny?
They were from the
Yes.
earlier competition.
Yeah,
They were,
they're
yeah.
they're a part of our team, or she's a part of our team.
Oh, okay.
Okay, okay. Oh, there you go. The coach. Sorry.
It's all good, no worries.
Okay, so let me do this briefing real quickly because this round is slightly longer, so we want to try to get you guys moving along, okay? We do have representatives from both sides, artists. Okay, perfect. So round 3, the finale. Maybe I should cut my camera on. I'm sorry, I forgot. If I can get it, come on. Okay, so here we go, guys. Round 3, the major deal. This is where you guys will engage in negotiating, of course, between the recording artist, buy-in through the independent recording production company, and a major recording company. So in this round, participants will be exposed to terms and conditions of a contemporary major label deal with a prevailing loan-out contract. Total round time is 70 minutes. Each team receives 1 3-minute timeout and 2 2-minute timeouts. Okay. Everybody knows how the clock starts, and that starts after or at the start of our offer. We do have everybody here. Yes, no? Okay. Sierra, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, sorry. My mute button was a little sticky. Let me turn my camera on, guys. All right, guys. So welcome back to the 3rd and final round. Congratulations on making it this far. As Mr. Burnett stated, this is the major deal round, and each team will be allotted 1 3-minute timeout and 2 2-minute timeouts. There will be 70 seconds on the clock. And at the conclusion of this round, we will open it up to the judges for their feedback. And we will go ahead and get started with the independent record label beginning.
She meant 70 minutes. I know she said 70 seconds, but she meant 70 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
70 minutes. I apologize.
Is the clock up?
It is. I'm about to start it.
Perfect.
I think you can't see it until I start it.
So,
So you'll have 1 hour and 10 minutes, guys. I will go ahead and begin the clock. Good luck, and you may now begin.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Annie Cleveland. Please call me Annie. I'm here representing Atlanta Records and Miss Empress Stickers in our joint venture with Ruinous.
And I'm Katie Norris. Feel free to call me Katie. And I also represent the joint venture today.
First of all, we just want to thank you so much for agreeing to meet with us today. We are huge fans of Winter Runna, and Miss Stickers asked us to communicate to you how excited she is at the prospect of a deal with Big Quiche and Miss Evans. We wanted to take a minute off the top just to assure Miss Evans that at Atlanta, you'll be in good hands with a label that has a 60-year proven track record of major commercial music success.
Absolutely. And we're confident that we're the label to launch Winter's career even further commercially. Because we're looking at some complex terms today, we thought we'd keep it simple with an agenda, which we'll just let you know off the top. It's going to be CABA, commitment, advances, budget, and ancillary earnings. I will put that in the chat once we're done with all of our opening remarks and just let you view all the terms at once to give you context to discuss each one individually. We would love to hear from you off the top about your goals for today's meeting and what Miss Evans and Big Quiche are hoping to get out of this relationship.
Awesome. Hi, guys. I'm Ryan, and this is my co-counsel, Joe.
Hi, Katie and Andy. Nice to meet you guys both.
Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you guys. We're very excited to be working with you. We represent Ms. Winter Evan, and we have a few things that we would also like to talk about today in terms of setting an agenda. It's a bit lengthy, so I think it would also help for us to drop it in the chat, which we will. First, we'd like to talk about the term. We'd like to talk about masters. We'd like to talk about a signing advance, an album advance, the recording fund, the marketing fund, ancillaries, and artist royalties. Aside from those several things, which I'll put in the chat right now, are there any other topics that you'd like to discuss? If not, we'd love to hear your initial offer.
Yeah, so we're fully aligned with you. I think we just grouped some things together in different ways, but we have all of those items for the most part. So I'm going to go ahead and send our initial offer. I will be dropping in the chat. Just bear with me. Alrighty, it should be uploaded now if you want to take a brief look.
Yeah, we got it. We're gonna take a look at it real quick.
Great.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, just taking a look at this now. I was curious. We appreciate you first and foremost sending us your first offer. And I guess like first and foremost, I'm curious, where did you guys, how did you arrive at your execution advance and album advance numbers? And also, is that album advance per album, or is that only to be paid once in your guys' offer?
Yeah, so that's going to be paid once. I don't know if we want to go through each term step by step, but I'm happy to start here. That will be paid for the 4 albums total. And, we built these for the most part going off of Det Shorts, another artist of ours, his deal with us, joint venture Jambox and Atlantic. And we, in light of Winta's success so far, which, congrats to her. I know that she's had a great start with Michael, and we believe we can take her to the next level. And so we want to give her a little bit of an extra cushion to succeed. So that's why, we did raise some numbers a little bit from Det Shorts, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Yeah, I'm curious why you chose Det Short as your comparison instead of someone like Brenda Mars, who we feel is more comparable to Miss Winter's potential trajectory as an artist.
We found that the structure of the deal for Det Short was more similar because it's split between a smaller label and a main label, which is what we're hoping to do with this deal.
I mean, also just, Winta's very, very early in her career. To our knowledge, she really only has the Michael song out at this point, and that's how people are aware of her. I think that the song is kind of her claim to fame at this point. So we don't have any other success that we've seen to help build and give her more of an advance up front. Of course, we believe that she'll get to that point, but at this point, we don't have enough to build in higher advances.
I see. And then I noticed on the recording funds, you have 2 albums listed as with the recording fund. How does that apply to albums 3 and 4?
We were hoping we could come back and revisit that at a later point in the contract, just dependent upon the success of the first 2 albums.
I see. Okay. Okay. Feel free, Ryan, please.
Oh, please go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was going to present our counter offer, but if you had anything you'd like to say first, I think it'd be better that you go and then I could present the counter offer.
I just want to point out that, Michael, the song, was the first song to come out. And then she also came out with the remix, which huge, blew up. And I think it was, I don't remember off the top of my head. Maybe Joe can chime in on exactly. It actually was, I just saw it on my chart. It's 3.5 million in 4 days.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Crazy numbers. And I think that these kinds of numbers can show her a deal that is going to be a little bit more favorable to her, because she's proven that she has it. I think we actually do have a counteroffer prepared. So if Joe, you want to drop our link.
Sorry, I can just respond to that point, and I'm also happy to step through each point before we go into a counter offer. I don't know if that'd be more productive, just so you know exactly what we're offering. Up to you. But just to respond to that point, from our perspective, Michael, it has been a huge success, but the success has been Michael, right? I don't know if people who they'd recognize more, the song, the jingle, the one hit, or the name Winta. So we're really trying to build her brand and build it organically and slowly. And that's why we do want a little bit more time and space to grow it in that organic way, because at this point, she really is the one song. And so we have to see, slowly and surely if she can build upon that and reach like higher levels of success. So let us know if you want us to walk you through some of the other terms. If not, we can hear your counter offer.
Yeah, I think just to keep this moving, we only have so much time. I think it'd be best. So I'm gonna actually drop a link to a Google spreadsheet. Let me just get the link. That would be helpful, wouldn't it? Okay.
Just received it. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we're looking on we were looking for a shorter term deal with less, I guess you say less commitment deal. We were looking to do a 1 album deal with 15 masters delivered with full creative control. We were looking at an execution advance of $500,000 with a letter of direction for the advance to go directly to Winter. For the album advance, that is something we would want $1 million for to be paid within a month after the first album. $3 million recording fund. That just pretty straightforward, I suppose. There, marketing fund of $2 million with mutual control by both the loan out company and Winter. Ancillary rights to be paid at 25% to the label based on net revenue, and artist royalties 35% top line. Normal retail channels accrued and separate from Ruinous Records. And I knew we threw a lot of information at once, so happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Really appreciate you sending over such a clear and straightforward offer. Just starting at the top, curious as to why you're only interested in a 1 album commitment.
Yeah, especially because it seems like you built a lot of these numbers off of Brenda Mars. And I know that you mentioned that in the beginning of this conversation. And so, those numbers are in light of there being 5 albums. And so obviously per album, the numbers look a lot different. The advance for 1 million is for 5 albums there versus this being an advance of 1 million for 1 album. It seems a lot higher. So would love to hear from you.
Of course. Right now, Winter is doing very well for herself. And we think that this short-term deal can open the door for her to take a stepping stone to possibly more albums in the future. On top of that, because of all of these reasons, she's ready to take that next step. And we think that this being her first album with the label, there needs to be some trust involved first, and short term can parlay itself into something more long term.
I guess we just are a little bit confused because you say stepping stone to more albums. Normally we envision working with an indie label perhaps as a stepping stone to a major label. We are the major label. So I guess we're curious where you see her going beyond a major record deal.
Yeah, I think really, you guys are obviously a huge label, the biggest label, but you're not the only major label. And we want to make sure, based on what has happened in the past, we don't want to have a repeat of history where we feel that the human element of who Winter is has kind of been an afterthought in her previous dealings. And we want to make sure as much as we can that doesn't happen again. We know that there's major heat out there for Winter. And we know that if we can't get a deal with you, we're confident that we will be able to find a deal elsewhere. We want to go with you guys, obviously. We really think that you're the best fit for us as far as the sort of, I guess, qualitative aspects go, but we also have to consider the quantitative aspects and sort of the level of trust to make sure that we're in the right long-term relationship as well.
Well, again,
so that's why we're at the table, right? We wouldn't be here if we didn't have an interest with you guys to begin with, but we want to be assured that we don't want to have a repeat of what seems to be in some cases people taking advantage of her and her talents.
We understand, and we absolutely are not looking toward having any kind of predatory deal. We absolutely have her best interests in mind. If she succeeds, we succeed. We want to be the ones to set her up for success. And we absolutely believe that we are the label that can platform her and can just really send her career to the next level. Having said that, the numbers that you're suggesting are so far outside of the ballpark for us. We're really going to have to come down on those if we're going to make a deal. And just for the sake of clarity, I'm looking at masters and I'm seeing 15 masters with full creative control. You're saying she has full creative control of the recording, and then we would own the 15 masters
Correct.
for
She
the
would.
one album?
Correct. Yeah, we would have full creative control over the creative process and who is on the producers associated with the projects.
Okay.
But those would be the masters that are delivered to the label.
Well, I think on the front end, we absolutely have faith in her ability as an artist. So we're very comfortable. We would like her to have creative control. And if that could build some sort of trust, I think that's somewhere we could definitely meet you. But I'm looking at a number like $3 million for a recording fund for one album. And that just makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm really curious about where that's coming from.
Yeah, and just if I can step in first, as you said before, in the interest of time, we do only have a limited amount of time. So I think we just need to be a little bit more realistic with these numbers. We came in at 4 albums, which if you compare to some of the other benchmarks, we have 6 albums, 5 albums that may seem a little bit more predatory. 4 is actually it's in a good spot for a major record deal. So we felt that we came in with a deal that's a little bit more realistic and one that you would be more willing to accept off the bat. So we just don't feel that you're meeting us at the same spot. But
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Go
Go ahead.
No, please.
Okay. I mean, she's going to want features on this album, based on her remix of Michael with the features, it exploded. And that was incredible. And that's what we're trying to recreate here. We don't believe that, like you guys said before, we don't believe it's based off of Michael. We believe it's based off of Winter. 2 names, obviously Winter's the woman behind Michael, and she's the one who is going to do it. And on top of that, with these numbers that she got, in order to further break out, she's going to have more people on these albums that are going to want to work with her. She had Cardi B and her, and recording costs money. I mean, that's just ultimately what it comes down to, especially for this kind of music. When you have these incredible features, that's just what it takes here. I wish that there was any other way to explain it. This is just the caliber that I think you guys want, and what everybody wants, and all of the labels want.
We understand that you want investment. We absolutely do. But with numbers like this, especially knowing that these funds are recoupable, Miss Evans is not going to see a return for, we're looking at 6.5 million. So maybe we should take our first break and we can come up with a formal counter offer, but just full disclosure, we are going to have to come way down on those numbers if we're going to be able to come to an agreement today.
yeah, and I guess just to respond to you again, Ryan, you can't build a career on features. We understand that they help sell an album, of course, but here we're here to build Winter. And as far as we're aware, please correct us if we're wrong, there's only been the one song, and I know that there's been features on another version of the song, but at this point we're not aware of anything else that's built the Winter image beyond that one song. So we just wouldn't feel comfortable extending it that low. So yeah, we'll move into break now. Thank you for your counter offer.
Of course. Thank you.
2-minute break.
Yeah.
All right, we will go ahead and begin our 2-minute break. I will assign you to break rooms, and you will receive a notification when you have 60 seconds left.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for giving us that time to discuss and come up with a counter. We are prepared to present counter offers on the first, I think, 5 things that you sent. And so we can just talk through those now. So we had initially offered 4 albums. You thought that was too much of a commitment. So we are and offered 1. So now we are countering with 3 albums plus a unilateral option on our behalf to extend to 1 more album. Again, we're coming down off of the industry standard. We think this is more than fair. We understand that Miss Evans has had some viral success, and we are in no way undervaluing that. We just believe that if we have a longer term relationship, we can turn this into a longer career for her. We are trying to build stamina into her to have that long, like, fruitful career that we so want her to have, and that I believe she wants as well.
Yeah, we want to build it organically. We don't want this to be a flash in the pan success. So we really want to incubate her while she's a growing artist. And we want to do that in a slow process. We don't want to just churn things out like this. You know, we want to build things in a natural way. And then just moving on to masters, you know, we came in at 45. We're willing to go down in a show of good faith to 40, and we've already conceded to creative control. So yeah, and then the execution advance, sorry, tripping over my words. We're willing to raise that to 140. But for now, we're going to keep all the other terms the same.
I'm sorry, what was that last term that you just said?
Execution advance raised to 140.
Okay.
And did you say the term? You said 3 years with an option. With
Yes.
you guys having an option.
Sorry, 3 albums with an option for a
With an
4th.
3 albums, yes.
Excuse me.
And we
So-
can type that in the chat if that's helpful to you.
Let's do that.
Yeah, well, while you guys prepare that formal offer, I think we just want to respond to a couple of those points. So, I mean, you were saying to us before that she's only released 1 song. You called it 1 song. I call it 2 songs, and I think that they're both very successful and they're excellent songs. But 3 albums with an option, which really means 4 albums because it's going to be your option. Why do you think that she's going to have that sustained success if you're concerned about her success that she's having right now?
Well, she hasn't been with a major record yet, and that's where we come in. You know, we understand that she was at an indie record, of course, like that does help. And, you know, that's where the feature came out, but we're going to put the money and the manpower and the love and care and industry knowledge and everything that we have, all the benefits of a major record label into her career. So that's where we see the translation happening.
Right. But you say you're a major label, which we absolutely want to work with a major label, and that's exactly why we're at the table. But what's different about this deal than us going to another indie label? She's already shown that she could have success with an indie label, and you're offering her an execution advance that's less than what she got at the indie label.
We're also offering the album advance. So it's not just the small sum. If you're calling it a small sum, it's both of those.
At this point, you know, with all the numbers, I mean, we've thrown out, we have a contract close to $1 million, and that's more than I believe she received at the indie label. And it's not just that, it's our connections, it's our knowledge, it's the other artists that we have that we've learned from, and it's our skills.
Yeah, and to address the point about the advance, I mean, the advance is higher. I mean, we received a $150,000 advance for 1 song, but this is, and your advance is higher, is even with the album advance, but that's also over 4 albums. So if you that $250,000 advance over 4 albums is not substantially higher than we got with an indie label for a single song. So it's a little, I hear what you're saying. It is higher, obviously, but it isn't, when we go to a major label, we were expecting a little more of a jump than something that's, relatively within the ballpark of what we already received with an indie label like Ruinous.
Well, I apologize if we didn't explain it well enough before. When we're looking at the structure of the albums coming out, we are giving you the numbers right now for the album, for the initial execution advance, and for the album advance for the first album. When the 3rd and 4th albums come out, there will be album advances for those. We just don't have the numbers and aren't prepared to discuss that at this time. If we want to keep it to 2 albums and just so it's cleaner on the numbers, I think that we're comfortable with doing that.
Yeah, I think then we should just talk about 2 albums then.
Okay.
That would make a lot more sense to us, because if if we can't talk about the numbers on everything here, then it doesn't make sense to go forward with those other things. We could renegotiate that stuff in the future when it could be renegotiated again anyway.
We would then need to lower some of the other numbers that we had in place for, 4 albums in light of there only being 2.
Okay. I mean, do you guys want to adjust then for those 2 albums, and you guys could like resubmit that offer, or?
Well, so are we agreed on 2 albums? Is that something that we can all agree to?
I think we're comfortable. I mean, obviously we can't say for certain depending on other terms, of course, but I think we're comfortable moving forward.
Okay.
Going back and forth on deals with 2 albums.
Great.
We might have to revisit it, but as for the sake of simplicity, I think that's the best idea.
Great. I'm just going to drop in the chat a pinned loose agreement on 2 albums, just so we
Okay.
can keep track of it and we're all on the same page.
Very lawyerly language.
Okay.
Excellent.
And then we were going to revisit the numbers on the recording and the promotions and marketing. Is that where you guys wanted to move next?
Yeah, that is, if I understand it correctly, that was, you guys held that the same on this last counter offer?
We did, because we
Yes.
were still looking at 4 albums.
Okay. So would you guys be willing to adjust those proportionally to the 2 album deal? So it'd be 200K and then 350K?
Yeah, we would also have to lower the marketing funds as well to 400.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just entering that. And did you ever put oh, excuse me, that was 45%. That the
Yes.
360 royalties, and that is inclusive with royalties as well. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll take a 2-minute timeout here, and then we'll also try to prepare a counter offer reflective of a 2 album deal, and then try to get the ball rolling.
Okay,
Great.
sounds
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm pausing the time at 47 minutes and 48 seconds. I will release you to your breakout rooms, and you will receive a 60-second reminder when it's time, when they're about to close.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for letting us take that time out.
Of course.
So kind of just to jump right back into things. So you guys said when we were cutting down from the 4 albums to then 2 albums that we would cut everything else in half, but you didn't mention the masters. Now I just want to make sure that that's also included there because you asked us for 45 right out the gate, and it would make sense that you would need less masters for less albums. So are we cool with cutting that in half as well?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Katie.
It would make sense, but we're not authorized to do that today. We had come down to 40 and we have to remain at 40 as a final offer. We wouldn't be able to, even investing half of that amount, we're still investing a lot of money into Winter, and this is her one asset. This is the one piece of collateral we have to secure investment in any way. And 40 is our sticking point today.
Okay. I mean, this makes sense. I understand. I think we actually do have a counteroffer prepared for you. So Joe, you can throw that in the chat again.
Yeah, I think this one we're just gonna copy and paste from our from a table we have because didn't translate over well to the spreadsheet. So I'll just go ahead and drop it in the chat. If it doesn't format right, then I'll go ahead and see. So yeah, we again, like we mentioned, two albums. We were looking for, this is as Ryan said, this is with the 27 with creative control. We can talk a little bit about that master's requirement, but the signing advance, that was supposed to be 750,000 on that signing advance with the letter of direction.
Okay.
The album advance, we're still looking at 500K each. Paid within 6 months after the release of the first album, 30 days after the release of the second album. Recording fund, we're looking at a total of 1.5 million. And that I think that's important to mention is with, especially if you guys are looking for that many masters, I'm curious why your recording fund is, if we want to get all these songs out, we want them to be high quality. So we're really hoping that we can raise the recording fund on that. And same with the marketing fund. If we want to make sure that these songs that are put out are good, we want to make sure that as much money is put into that as possible, which is where we come up with the 2 million. And then again, we also went up on the net revenue from 25% to 30%, and we also went up on the artist royalties from to 30%.
Okay, thank you so much for sending over such a clear offer. We appreciate it. And we're really excited you were able to work with us on the term for the 2 albums. Looking forward to revisiting the discussion on the masters. We are, again, really happy to give Winter creative control. We believe in her as an artist. But again, just coming back to the numbers for the recording funds and for the marketing funds, I'm wondering where you're getting the 2 million from. $2 million marketing for 2 albums.
I guess also if we can just compare, benchmarks, this is the one piece of information we have, Dead Short, 6 albums, recording budget, $850,000. So, that is what we're used to giving artists. I would love to hear if you know of another major record label that gives, what did you have? $2 million for 2 albums. It's just, it's not anywhere in the ballpark of where we need to be. And I think we just need to be realistic. And I think these numbers that we have in the comms chart are really helpful and show what major record labels are able and willing to give artists, especially knowing that this is a gamble. It is a risk. No matter what success she's had at this point, it's always going to be a risk for us. And of course, again, a lot of these advances are recoupable. So, if you foresee her making a few million on her first album or second, even, it's all going to come out of her pocket in the end. So, would just love for you to expand on some of these numbers.
Yeah, and again, I understand you keep comparing it to Deaf Short, but we think like Brenda Mars, I think, is just as comparable in this situation. Someone who got over $1 million, or excuse me, a $3 million recording budget.
But that's split out. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's split out under over 5 albums.
She's right. And while we understand that, I think there's 2 things that are sort of contextual here that are important. One is the fact that we want to get as many we want to get the best producers, the best featured artists on this as possible to make the best product possible. And I think the second part of that too is that Winter has been burned in the past. You know, she's had people tell her like, oh, we're going to look out for you. We're going to make sure you get your money. And she hasn't. And we really, while we are asking for above market, we also think that Winter is a unique talent and deserves above market. I understand the comps are there, and we are grounding, you know, some of, like, for example, the execution advance, you know, we are asking for more. We are asking for more in the recording fund, but we believe that is going toward someone who's, you know, her numbers are above market. For example, the numbers that she's got on the remix of Michael, as well as the original album, we're talking millions and millions of streams in a matter of days, over 10 million, I think it was 10 million streams in a few months for the Michael songs. I just think I understand we have to be grounded in comparisons, but I think we're also dealing with a very unique kind of talent here that, you know, warrants this type of discussion.
Yeah, and trust me, we understand all the numbers on Michael. That's what led us, you know, to wanting to extend an offer to her in the first place. We understand it was a big success, but, you know, we'd love to hear from you. How many followers has she gained on social media? How many brands have been reaching out to her? I mean, we just want to be realistic here in terms of the talent and the money she's going to be bringing in.
People have been connecting with her story and talent. I mean, that's undeniable. And while I don't have the exact numbers for that on you, I can assure you that based on her streams, I can't imagine that her following hasn't grown exponentially. And I could just even base that off of her first song. The ratio of her likes to views on her YouTube video was like 50%, which is unheard of. That means her impressions total were 500,000. I think that was like in a day. It's overnight.
Yeah. I mean, as a TikTok user myself, I mean, I know all the jingles, I know all of them, but I could not tell you the name of the artist. Let me tell you, I could not. There are so many songs that blow up on TikTok, and you recognize the sound, or even, you know, YouTube, Instagram, any of the other platforms, you recognize the sound, but you don't recognize the artist's name. That's just our experience working at a major label. And that's why I feel like we have some fundamental differences in some of the value she's bringing in. We see a vision, and we understand that she's had great success on the one song, but if we're going to come to a deal today, we need to be meeting a little bit closer to some of these benchmarks. And do you have anything?
Well, yeah, I just also wanted to clarify. I really hope, Ryan and Joe, you don't feel that we are in any way undervaluing your artist, or we don't see her artistry or her talent or her value. We absolutely do, but we are simply not able to meet where you are on the numbers. So I would love to find some creative solutions to where we can give her that security that she needs. I am hearing from you that she's had really bad experiences before where maybe she hasn't been taken care of in this kind of agreement. We want to take care of her. And I think that a really strong showing of that is our willingness to give her full creative control in the recording. I mean, we're a huge label. She's probably not going to get that at another label. That's really like a specialized, tailored experience for her. I think that's something unique that we can offer her. I know that we haven't commented on this before, but it says you would like a letter of direction remitting the advance directly to Winter. That is also something, when we come to an agreement on what that number is, that we are comfortable doing to show that we believe in her, we trust her, that she's a priority to us. How does that sound?
I think that sounds great, but I just want to address a couple points that were said early on. You know, if we want her to get her name out there, we were going to want a larger marketing budget. Wouldn't that just make sense? I mean, that would make sense to me. But I think a lot of people already know her. Cardi B knows her, right? and that's the biggest name, almost one of the biggest names in the game right now. If we could bring down the masters too, and she can keep more of her masters, I think that would really help us here. Do you think that any of these things sound good to you?
We're able to go up in some numbers, and we will provide a new offer to you shortly. But as I mentioned before, as I communicated, fully transparent, cannot go under 40 masters. That's something we cannot do, or we are not authorized to do at this time by our client.
If that's a sticking point for y'all, we can just put a pin in that and we can revisit that at a later discussion. But right now, 40 masters is absolutely all that we're authorized to do.
So what I'm just trying to get like my head around is that's a lot of songs to record for 2 albums.
Right, but there are additional singles that we could put out. There are other ways that we can skin the cat here. And, just masters aren't always synonymous with albums. So just because she creates 40 songs with us, that doesn't mean that we're putting those all out on the albums. Maybe we're picking the best out of them. So I would encourage you not to think of it so linearly. I would again just reiterate that at this point we are not authorized to go below 40, so we cannot have discussions below that. But again, as my co-counsel said, if negotiations need to span a couple sessions and we need to put a pin in this one and revisit it at another time, we're happy to do that and move on and try and cement some of the other deal points that we have.
And just one last thing about the masters and the albums and working out those numbers. It's our understanding that Miss Evans is an incredibly prolific songwriter, and that number came about having that information. If that's no longer the case, we're happy to take that information back to our client and come back with another number. But just again, this is all that we can authorize today.
I totally understand everything that you're saying, and I appreciate everything that you guys are saying. We could put a pin in it. Sure, that's okay with us. Maybe we can find some wiggle room elsewhere instead, and maybe we can find terms that we can all agree to with that number. But I just want to say it's a lot of work to do 40 songs, and we're only agreeing to 2 albums here. So we don't need to talk about the singles and stuff like that. But if you guys have a counteroffer for us where maybe you can find that wiggle room elsewhere, that would really be appreciated to us.
Thank
Yes,
you. And
happy
we
to
hear
do
your
it.
concerns. We'll absolutely bring them back to our client. And I think we should maybe take our break now so we can formalize a counteroffer and send it to you.
Thank you so much.
We'll do a 3-minute if that works for you, please, Ms. Sanders.
Absolutely. So I will go ahead and break you out into your breakout rooms, and we will take 1 3-minute break. You'll get a 60-second reminder when your rooms are about to close.
Thank
Thank
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for giving us the time to formalize a counteroffer. We're happy to drop it in the chat. Just wanted to say off the bat, we know that our numbers are still really far apart, but just want to let you know this is what we're comfortable offering at this point. Again, not to undervalue Miss Evans, not to undervalue her success or her potential. We know she's had success with Michael and with the remix. She's still an untested artist when it comes to releasing an album. She's never made an album before. We do believe that we are taking a risk on her. It's a risk that we believe in. It's a risk that we're willing to bank on, but it is still a risk. So I hope that you'll keep that in mind when you look over the offer.
And just to let you know, in responding to this offer, we are close to the numbers that we are comfortable ultimately providing. So we are, inching up, but we are inching very close to final offers. So just, to kind of ground the discussion, and this is what we can offer. And we truly, we're not nickel and diming you here. This is realistic for us. So I'm going to drop in the chat, then I'll explain them. So as we agreed, 2 albums, Master, we're going to pin for now. The offer was 40 with creative control. So we came down from 45, meeting you with creative control. Signing advance, going up to 160, album advance, going up to 280, and we'll match the timing schedule that you'd like. That's something we can do for Miss Evans. Recording fund, first album, 475, second album, 750. And so we're matching the counter offer on the second album. Marketing fund, we're going up to 950. And ancillary, 40%. We're meeting you halfway between what we initially offered and what you came back with.
Thank you. We received your offer and we greatly appreciate it. And I think that some of these terms are, of course, they're looking better, but I just want to emphasize the signing advance a little bit too. And I know there are other advances involved, but this is still only $10,000 more than what she received at the indie label, which I don't think that you guys are just $10,000 more valuable than an indie label. I think you guys are far above and beyond more valuable than an indie label. So, I mean, if there's going to be something that we can do there, that would make more sense to me, considering, major label, indie label. That's supposed to be, in my mind, the difference. But you guys are still with the recording fund. I mean, let me repackage that. You guys are supposed to be higher quality, and you probably are higher quality. I can guess pretty strongly that you're definitely higher quality.
But you're here, right?
Exactly. But the recording fund is still on the low end to us. I think that we, if we're going to put out 40 songs, we're going to need, that's a lot of money.
Well, we're putting out, sorry to interrupt, we're putting out, just so we're all clear, it's not 40 songs, it's 2 albums. Again, they don't linearly line up all the time. And, as you're saying, the recording fund's still too low, but we just matched your counter on the second album. So, I'm just having a hard time seeing how it's so much lower.
So what's going to be the budget for all of the other songs that don't get released? Because she's going to be recording 40 songs.
Yeah, correct. I can't give you that information.
We don't have those numbers at this time,
but it would be additional.
So it's only going to, she gets $475K for the first album, $750K for the second album, which is matching our counter. But on the first album, maybe we can balance it out a little. I don't know. I think Joe actually can chime in a little bit and talk a little bit more on this too.
Yeah, I think what Brian's trying to allude to is that the advance is not matching up really a lot to the amount of work being done with that amount of masters. We get it that only a certain amount of deliverables will be released to the public, but at the end of the day, when Winter's going into the studio, she's going to have to record 40 songs. So like it's the advances we do understand that, we're asking for a lot, but I think when you're asking for 40 masters within 2 album cycles, that's a lot of songs to make within that short amount of time. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take a lot of resources. And in order to reflect that, I feel like the advance reflects that sort of urgency and the time intensive labor that I think it needs to go into this as well.
Yeah, and I would encourage you to not to just stay focused on that signing advance. You know, I encourage you to look at the deal holistically. Yes, that particular part's only $10,000 before, but you know, you have a $150,000 recording fund in the initial in the indie deal, and then you have a $150,000 marketing and promotions fund. We also have album advances. There are so many ways that we're providing so much more money. I mean, if we add them,
We've also come up on that percentage. I mean, I think this is a pretty fair deal. Also, if you're looking at the Brenda Mars recording budget over 5 albums, so we have $3 million over 5 albums, that's working out to $600K recording funds. So that's pretty spot on for where we are at 475 and 750. So if you do want to structure it like Brenda Mars, it does seem to be on target.
I'm sorry. So how many songs are you expecting for her to put in each album?
a TBD. We will pick the best ones. We'll put in an album. We can't speak for our client on that right now.
It would probably be under 20 each, right? I mean, if we're just ballparking.
Potentially, but we couldn't say for certain.
Because it's not going to, I mean, it's not going to be 40 songs across 2 albums. So if this recording budget is just for, it's going to be for 40 songs, it doesn't line up for us. You know,
Well, can you help explain to us how we could make it line up, just to give us some more specifics to work with? You mentioned earlier, maybe more on the first album.
Yes. I mean, you matched us on the second album. I don't see why you couldn't match us on the first album too. Or maybe, I mean, even it out a little bit, but that's kind of something that's important to us, is we need to make sure that we get good features on these albums. I imagine that you guys want to have good features on these albums too, right?
Well, we're really focused on building Winter's brand herself. We feel like she's already attached to Cardi B, and to her, we'd really like to build her as a solo artist. But again, she does have creative control, so we're open to her input, but it does have to be creative control within the bounds of the budget that we are setting.
So yeah, and I also want to address, like, I think another key consideration too in the early advances is the motivation for for Winter. You know, I think having more money in the front end, or like more balanced, as Ryan would say, you know, if you're making 4, you have to make all these masters within such amount of time. I think when you have a big advance, at least a bigger advance at the front, that's going to make for someone who's more motivated to sort of live up to the money that they've earned. So I think that the qualitative aspect of that has some of a driving force in what, you know, for the numbers that we're putting out there.
I'm sorry, Phil, you lost me at the motivation. Could you say that again? I didn't
Yeah.
hear.
So with the, you know, when you're putting all this work in, and if someone feels like they've been underpaid for the work they're putting in, you know, there's a risk that the artist will suffer a lack of motivation. So if they don't, you know, and then that is also going to make a worse product and make everyone's lives a little less, or everyone's wallets a little lighter. So I think we want to make sure, you know, that the advances are a little more balanced, so that we can make sure that Winter is putting out the best quality product early. The trust is established. She knows that you guys believe in her, in more of having a large financial stake early on. Like, what does she have to prove at this point? I'm not, you know, we get that she hasn't put out an album yet. And yeah, I mean, you guys mentioned the social media stats, but we're way beyond that at this point. She has 2 songs that are making millions of streams, you know, daily. So I don't know at this point what she needs to prove. Yeah, we feel like she's proven well enough that she's very capable of putting up superstar numbers. And also, like, let's see, I think we'll take a timeout, and probably we'll want to present a counter offer to you.
Okay.
Sounds
but-
great.
Do you mind if I just respond to something you said really quickly
Yeah,
before
absolutely.
you make a counter? I hope that we haven't misrepresented what we were saying. Again, it's not that we're undervaluing Winter. We believe in Winter, but we would hope that as like a professional, she wouldn't. It sounded like you were saying she might perform poorly if she feels like she's being underpaid. And I would hope that as a professional artist in a contract with a major label, that wouldn't be the case. And also, I'm hearing a lot about how Winter is working for us. And I just also like to remind you that we are also going to be working for her, as we will be the ones facilitating the recording, securing everything that needs to go into that, and also promoting and marketing the record. So while we do appreciate the work that she's putting in, we hope that you also can show some respect to the work that our label will also be doing. Just wanted to say that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we understand. Thank you.
I think we'll take a timeout now.
All right, I'll go ahead and release you to your breakout rooms. Are you going to take a 3-minute timeout because you do have one left, and then a 2-minute timeout?
I think we'll go ahead and take our second 2-minute one.
Okay, awesome. All right, I'll go ahead and open the rooms, and you'll receive a 60-second reminder when it's about to close.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for letting us take that quick timeout. So just a few things before we send over that counter offer. I would say, I think to clarify a little bit of what Joe was saying before is about her feeling potentially unmotivated is, like we mentioned earlier, she's been burned in these previous deals and she's concerned that it's going to be the same thing all over again. That's where the motivation comes from. Because if she's not financially stable, and if it's a big thing to ask her to do 40 songs in a short turnaround. All of us here are trying to propel her forward, right? And you guys want to be able to get some kickbacks off of that. That's really important. But you guys also said that you didn't know where the funding was going to come from for the additional songs that weren't going on the albums. So if you could speak a little bit more to that, I think that would clarify some stuff for us.
Just the money, the terms that we have so far are in conjunction with the album. So, if we want to wrap it all under those terms, just so that we can easily understand it moving forward, happy to do that. At this point, we'd have to take back to our client if additional funds would be used for those, but we cannot speak on that at this point.
Also, and I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure it's standard in the recording industry to not just, there are tracks that get recorded that get cut off an album. I think that when someone releases an album of 12 songs, they don't just record 12 songs, they record a bunch of songs, and then they pick the ones that go on the album, which is why Taylor Swift keeps coming out with like bonus track 12 years later, and it's like the 5th bonus track for an album. So I do think that that's pretty industry standard, if that provides any clarification.
Kinda, but if you guys can't come down on the masters and you don't know where the money is going to come from for all of the masters, you only know where the money is going to come from for the songs that are going to be on the album, it would make sense that you guys would come up on the other areas. Because if you can't come down in one place, you're going to have to come up somewhere else. That would just make sense in terms of meeting us in the middle here. And I think you also mentioned before that you felt like it was a big risk to sign her. And I just want to really reemphasize the point that she needs to feel secure here. And that's where her risk lies. If she does not feel secure, she's going to feel like she's taking more risk. So we actually do have a formal counteroffer that we can send over to you. Joe, you want to drop that in the chat?
Yeah,
Okay.
actually.
Sorry, first respond to that. As you mentioned, the risk thing. You know, I said that earlier, but this whole industry is a gamble. It's just how it works. You know, you sign a lot of artists and you hope that one becomes the next Elton John or whoever. And that's how the industry works. It's inherently a risk. There's so many artists out there. So I wasn't implying that Miss Evans, for example, was a particular risk. It's just the nature of the industry, which I'm sure you understand as an entertainment lawyer. But go ahead, Joe. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Of course.
Oh,
I'm gonna take over real quick, and then I'm gonna throw it back to Joe. She doesn't want to feel like she's a pawn in this industry. There's a person that's underlying this, right? Let's really think about who this person is as a.
We understand that, and we hope that we by giving her creative control, we're addressing that and giving her that autonomy as an artist. And I think it would be helpful to us because it keeps getting brought up that she doesn't want the same thing to happen all over again. So maybe to help us better allay those anxieties and fears, if you could just lay out what exactly happened in a previous deal so we can actually figure out how to address that.
Right. So she had I guess kind of just to give a short, brief summary, she had a contract with the previous, I think it was with her managing label, and the managing company did not give her the advances that she was entitled to under the contract. And that's at least what she's communicated to us. And she feels like she's being underpaid. She's the one who's getting paid last, especially in royalties. And for her, it just doesn't make sense that she should be put last. We want to be able to put the artist first. The human being, I just want to keep reemphasizing it, the human being element of it. She pours her heart and soul into these songs, right? She suffered a horrible tragedy. This is her life's work. This is her therapy. This is what propels her forward. And she wants to go for it, and she wants to feel good about doing it. But with that being said, we do have a counteroffer prepared. I'm going to throw it to Joe.
Yeah, so I just put it in the chat. It's in that share, or if you just still have that shared spreadsheet open, you could probably see it as well. So we're looking at here, we kept the 2 albums and the 40 masters. We came down from their signing advance to 450K. The album advance, I think we came down to your number at a clean 300K for both albums, paid as within those time constraints that we had mentioned earlier. We came down on a recording fund as well to 1.5 million. We left the marketing fund at 1.5 million that we had previously in light of the concession we feel we made with album advances. And there seems to be a mutual interest in the fact that, you guys are talking about marketing her and really making her become a star. And we think having a solid marketing fund is something that is a mutually beneficial term. We also were willing to agree to that 40%, based on this, as this deal is structured, 40% to the label, to you guys based on the net revenue. And then for the artist royalties, we have a 25% to artist net payable, top line, US normal retail channels.
Great. Okay, thank you so much for, again, sending over such a clear offer. Really appreciate the spreadsheet. It's very legible, very easy to read. And we appreciate you meeting us where you were able to meet us.
So just in terms of, I had a question off the bat. In terms of the recording budget, I know you're still hovering in the millions, and I know that you're building off of Brenda Mars, but can you describe why you're doing so, since we are Atlanta Records, and the only deal that we have for Atlanta Records is under Debt Short. Yeah, we would love to hear from you on that.
I mean, I think really it's just you guys are the biggest record label. I think anything that anybody else can afford, we think you guys can afford as well. If Pacifica, being another major label, albeit below you, can afford to pay one of their superstar talents that much for their recording budget, we don't see why the same can be said of, and we understand Dead Short, didn't get paid as much, but that's not the same artist. when we're dealing with like someone we think as an artist, Winter's more appropriately compared to Miss Mars. So we understand there's a difference as far as who they're signed with, but if we're talking about who the entities are in sort of the abstract, the Brenda Mars.
Can you just describe how you're comparing Brenda Mars with Miss Evans? Like what benchmarks are you using? How are you comparing them as artists?
Well, I think they're both mainstream art. I think they're both like Brenda Mars is a pop singer, and I think anyone who is pop, you could say pop is a sort of a broad term for having mainstream appeal, and we believe that even that Winter has mainstream appeal and has more than proven it through the streaming numbers that we've seen thus far.
But just forgive me if I'm wrong, because I don't remember exactly who was on the feature track, but wasn't it Cardi B and other rappers? So, I mean, I guess if we're just comparing two genres, you can't compare artists and just across genres, but also the people on her features were rappers, hip hop stars. So, yeah.
And just to jump in, if we're going to do that Brenda Mars comparison, again, it is a $3 million recording budget. So I see where you're getting the million, but that was split over 5 albums. Here we're talking about 2 albums. If you do that math, you're looking at $600,000 recording budget per album. So again, don't understand how we're getting this one.
That meant to say, was that 300 billion on the recording budget? Is that might have been a typo. Let me see.
Oh, no.
No, it's 1.5
million for the recording fund.
Yeah. So that would be an average of 750,000 per album, which is higher than Brenda Mars, but Brenda Mars is getting 600,000. And to address the thing about the genres, there are different genres, of course, but I think nowadays there's a lot of crossover. I mean, we can talk about genres, but I think nowadays there's a lot of blending, and I think rap has become arguably, it's not pop per se. Obviously, pop is its own sound, but if you think of pop as sort of like what's in the mainstream, I think rap is more than crossed over into that, if not become the main main genre that people consume.
Yeah, I guess my point was more so the only comparison you have between Brenda Mars and Miss Evans as artists is that they're both pop singers, and that's the reason why they should be compared instead of comparing it to Det Short, who is under Atlanta Records and is a more appropriate, in our opinion, comparison.
I guess. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we don't have to go down this rabbit hole. I think the most important thing that we should take away from Brenda Mars is that she's made 58 million over the life of her contract, and we believe that Winter is going to make that, if not surpass that. So that drives another really big aspect of our comparison, is just how much money. And when I say pop, I guess I was referring more to the mainstream appeal as reflected in that revenue number.
Right. I guess we would just say, we saw a vision with Det Short, and we saw the same things that we see in Det Short with Miss Evans. And that's why we're going to give her a comparable deal today. Det Short, I'm sure, had a lot of success going into our deal, or we wouldn't have signed them. So today, the benchmark is Det Short for us. And so I think, unless you have anything else to add, Annie, we can go into our final offer.
Sure.
That works.
Yeah.
Actually, I do have one thing to say before you guys move into that final offer, which we're very excited to hear. You got to remember, we need to remember that Winter's unique. She's not Det Short, and it's just we're looking at this in the broader sense, and I keep reemphasizing it. But I want to go back to the recording fund just a little bit before you get into that counter offer. Is that the main sticking point here?
No, it's just one of the numbers that is completely off the ballpark for what we are authorized to offer today. And that's one that really sticks out to me as just being not anywhere close of what we have to offer. So that was, my first question when looking at your offer. I wanted to also mention that we are going to have to discuss royalties, because I know we haven't put an offer out on royalties yet. So we can throw out an offer, but that's not something we're authorized by our client to offer today. So that's something we will have to throw a pin in, just so you know that going into the final offer.
Okay, I think we're very excited to hear this final offer, and we would love for you guys to maybe talk a little bit more in other areas. We can talk about in other areas other than the recording budget too.
Great, sounds great. Thank you. So we'll go into our last timeout.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll go ahead and place you guys in your breakout rooms.
Thank you so much for giving us that time to consult and to prepare a counteroffer. Before Katie sends it over, I just wanted to say I really appreciate how y'all have been able to work with us today and have been able to meet us where you could understand that our numbers are really, really far apart at the beginning. And I feel really proud about where we've been able to get to at this point. And I just wanted to offer again, like, we want Miss Evans to succeed. We're not going to profit unless she profits. So we really want you to understand that there is no world where we are going to undervalue her marketing budget or undervalue her recording budget in a way where we don't believe that we're setting her up to succeed. Because we are an older label, we've been around for a really long time. I think that our reputation speaks for itself, and I hope that you can understand that these are not, again, these numbers are not us undervaluing Miss Evans. It's us speaking from experience and saying this is what we feel like is best for her career at this point. And having said that, I'll just hand it off to Katie.
Yeah, I'll drop these numbers in the chat now.
And I just want to say thank you so much for those kind words. I think that we really appreciate everything that you guys are trying to do for Winter. We're going to take a look at this deal, this offer, and we'll give you our reactions.
Great, sounds great.
You know, it looks like we're pretty close. I'm going to be really honest with you guys. I think that we really appreciate you guys coming this close to us. And I hope that you guys can appreciate us on our movement too. I think now would be a good time for us to submit our counteroffer. Joe, do we have it ready, or do we want to take a timeout first?
We should take it. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a timeout. I think it'd be best.
Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
All right, guys. So this is the last and final timeout. It'll be a 3-minute timeout, and you will get a notification when you have 60 seconds left in your breakout rooms. I will go ahead and send you guys there now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. So we reviewed your offer. We really appreciate it. Looks really good to us. But before we submit our counteroffer to you, I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing that we could do to talk about royalties today.
We are not authorized on a number, so we don't feel comfortable talking about it. We can pin it for next time, but it's something we've not been authorized to talk about today.
If there is a number that you're comfortable with, we're happy to take it back to our client and discuss it in the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that's pretty standard in a record deal. So we'll definitely talk about that later. I'm going to throw it to Joe so he can talk about our counteroffer to you guys.
Yeah, and it's pretty straightforward. I think, because we're uncertain where the royalty discussion is, and I think that's a big part of this discussion. If you guys can bring that advance to $200,000, we'd be willing to agree to this deal in principle, pending that royalty discussion at a later date.
Sorry, the signing advance?
The signing advance, yes. Sorry, execution signing advance.
169 was our final offer. We can't go up from there. So, I mean, if we're unable to come to a deal today, that's unfortunate, but we can agree to the other terms, but that's, that would be our highest offer in terms of money that we're authorized to give today.
I see. Oh, go
That's-
ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate, but I mean, I hope that we could talk about other things going forward.
Absolutely.
Sounds great.
If it's helpful right now, we can just kind of go through what we have come to an agreement on, just so we absolutely are on the same page.
Real quick, may I ask a quick question?
Certainly.
The recording fund thing, is it any, can we reallocate those numbers to a more even, if we can take off, you know, for the album advance, for example, if we take a little bit off the front end of that first album and move it to the back, would that be any?
Sure.
So if we can do
We
same
can.
amount total of 600K, but instead of having it all 300K, which I assumed it was going to be even, if we were to do 250K for the first one with 350K on the other one, then can we get to that execution advance at 200K and agree to that in principle pending the royalty discussion?
Repeat that one more time for us, please.
Yeah, so the album advance would be split. It would still be 600K total, but the first album advance would be paid at $250,000, while the back end one would be $350,000. Same time frame that we had discussed earlier, but with the caveat that the signing advance would go up to $200,000. Because I really hate to walk away from this deal in principle based on $30,000. So I'm trying to find a way we can make that work.
We appreciate you working with us. But based on what you're saying, it sounded like you were saying the numbers for the recording fund, but you were saying the album advance.
I apologize. I meant to say, yeah, album advance. So yeah, so the $600,000 that you got, or the 300 album advance per album, instead of having that evenly between 300,000 and 300,000, if we move more money to the second album advance, so you don't have to pay so much up front, would that be, you know, on the album advance, would that move any needle for you guys?
So since we only are discussing the release of 2 albums, that album advance is an advance of the second album. The signing advance is the advance that she's getting for the first album, because we're only discussing the release of 2 albums. So that album advance is a one-time $300,000 payment.
Something that we can do, because, you know, the numbers that we gave were firm. Something we can do is, you know, we hope someday, and I'm sure Miss Evan does as well, you know, can see her touring. And so although we can't give a firm number on this, we would be able to promise to general touring funds in the future. Again, can't give you a hard line on that, but that would be additional money in her pocket to help her career along the road.
Yeah, so Ryan, I believe you want to put that. Well, okay, so that does we misunderstood. We thought that was $300,000 per album based on the context of, because you had originally I thought it was $280,000 per album. Okay, so in that case, then, yeah, it looks like in this next conversation we're going to have to probably discuss that a little further.
Okay.
It seems to be a little miscommunication at this table.
Apologies if we didn't do a very good job of explaining that. Apologies.
It's okay. Yeah, so, you know, we're a little bit apart in the advances, you know, because we're only authorized to go so far as well. And with some of these numbers, we have to try to make work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm curious why the hesitancy for an extra album advance in the front end on the first album?
Because we have the signing advance that's functioning as the album advance.
Well, yeah, that's true. But the album advance, I think, is also I get that, but at the same time, you know, the signing advance also goes toward the recording of the album, and I think we were looking at the album advance as sort of like a money to be paid once, you know, the work is done as a delivered, like as a reflection of the work done to get to the masters delivered, especially for the amount that we were, you know, trying to aim for with the 20 masters delivered in the first album. We felt that is kind of appropriate for the amount of work to be put in the short amount of time.
We appreciate where you're coming from, but I keep hearing quick turnaround in short amount of time. And to my knowledge, we don't have dates assigned to this. We're not rushing her. We're not trying to hurry her to record a couple of albums. Again, she has creative control. So if that's a stressor, if that stressor is factoring into the dollar amounts, you can just relieve that. That's not a part of the conversation.
But on a record deal, there's always a timeline.
Yeah, I mean, you want to capitalize on the heat of an artist. I mean, you don't want to wait, 2 years after the album's recorded and while our heat dies down. I don't think anyone wants that. You're right. We don't obviously, of course, we don't expect you to rush her, but there are certain market considerations. I feel like where if you have a big single, if you let that sort of hype die down after 7-8 months, no one's going to be, I'll say no one, but there's going to be less people interested in the album when it does drop.
No, of course. And we understand all of those things, obviously, it's
Right.
a major label, but I guess I'm just saying we're not holding her to one at this point. There's no intense pressure deadline that we've added to this contract. And we did that, for a reason, because we are giving her creative control. So there will be some wiggle room, but yeah, of course, it'll be sooner rather than later.
Okay. I'm going to drop the kind of a summary of just the results of what we have from today. It's basically your deal that you sent to us, but with those additional terms that are omitted from this one,
Okay.
that we agreed to. I put them in as asterisks. So we agreed in principle to some of these terms and not others. I'm just going to go through all of them. We agreed it was 2 albums, 40 masters with creative control to Winter. She would get $169,000 signing advance with a letter of direction remitting the entire advance directly to her. The album advance would be a one-time payment of $300,000 before the first album, after the first album, and not within 30 days of the second album, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So the album advance, you only wanted it to be paid one time in one lump sum of $300,000.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is correct. So it would only be the one time after the
Correct.
after that. So let me just fix that language. And not. Okay. So, and not within 30 days after the second album delivery. The recording fund for the first album is going to be, did we say $500,000 or $800,000 for the first and the second? I believe we might have changed those numbers a bit, did we?
We did 5 and 8.
Okay. Would we be able to bring down the second album to 750 and then bring up the first one to 550?
No.
Okay. And then the marketing fund, well, those just reallocating the two.
Yeah, but we have it in there for a reason. We have this down to a science. We're a major label. These numbers are built off of data that we have. We've been around for 60 years. Like this is proprietary data, the way that we build albums and funding. And so these numbers are firm. And, that's within our discretion and control.
Okay. And the marketing fund that you guys offered to us was $1 million. The ancillaries was 40%. And we tabled artist royalties for a future date. Now, I just want to reemphasize that the signing advance we did not agree to. That was one of the specific terms that we did not.
So we'll say priorities for next meeting. Revisit signing advance and discuss royalties.
That sounds good for us.
Yeah, album advance as well. We're a little part of the album advance stuff as well.
Signing advance, album advance, and discuss royalties. All right. Well, thank you both so much. I feel like this has been a really, really productive discussion. I feel like we made a lot of progress today, and we really appreciate you meeting us where you could, and also really admire how fiercely you advocated for your artist.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. Thank you both. And thank you, Ms. Evans, as well.
Yeah, likewise. This was really exciting to sit down with you guys. We're really looking forward to it. And we're really looking forward to the next time we can sit down together and hammer out the finer points. I think like you said, we made a lot of progress. I think if we took 3 steps, there's 4 steps to take, we took 3 today, and I think we'll be able to knock out the last one and then grab lunch after.
Absolutely.
Sounds great.
Exactly. And just to reemphasize Joe's point, I think Winter would be very happy with the outcomes of these conversations.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we do have 1 minute and 39 seconds left, but it looks like we are finished. So we will go ahead and open it up to your judge for this round, Attorney Valerie Baston of Baston Law PC. If you have any remarks for the teams, you can go ahead and unmute, or you're mute.
Thank you. So I'm going to just say, do you want me just to get into it right now and then I go do my scoring or what? Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah,
Okay.
just give feedback and then you can do your scoring.
Okay. I really liked the tone of the negotiation, but I am going to say this. Based on both of your fact patterns, y'all could have come to a deal today and you're dragging it out. And that doesn't benefit either one of your clients. Let me start off with this. There's already been a joint venture that has been entered into by Atlanta and Ruinous Records. And Winter is signed to Ruinous Records. And so you're really only negotiating the terms of the inducement. Because the original loan out, which is comprised of Cash Runna LLC, that's owned by Winter and Big Cash. This is just an inducement that you're trying to do. And Big Cash has sold her shares already to Ruinous Records, which Team H, your company, your label already has a joint venture with Ruinous Records regarding her. So a lot of the things you were saying, like, let's pin this for later. Y'all really could have handled those things today. And also, Atlanta, you did have the authority to address the royalty issue. I saw that in your fact pattern. You did have 15% artist loan out royalty. And, Team B, I commend you for bringing that up. You probably should have pushed that harder because royalties are always discussed. Also, I want to bring this up. Features, y'all were talking about the features and, Team B, really laying heavy on the features, but features are just a business exchange. And Cardi B may never have even met Winter because she could be in her studio in the Dominican Republic doing her part, and Winter is in Atlanta or wherever she's at, and it's the engineer bringing everything together, the engineer and the producer bringing everything together. And so they never even have to meet. So pushing that, people know her, she has all these streams, but really, like Atlanta was saying, it's really just one record that has a remix. And in this industry, that's not considered two songs. In your standard contracts, the labels want original songs, and they do not consider remixes to be an original song. And I know another thing y'all were getting hung up about was like the number of albums. Well, Winter could do 100 albums, and the label may only take 20 because to their standard, 20, met the cut. So I think, some of the things that you were saying about, not performing up to par, which I'm glad Atlanta addressed that, about being professional and doing what she's supposed to do as an artist, for the contract. That's not a good arguing point to make with a major record label, because there's only three. There's only three major labels. Yeah, there may be all these independent and boutique labels, but what most of them are trying to do, they're trying to do joint ventures with the big labels. Also, another thing that y'all were fighting about was it the advance? I think it was the advance. I could be wrong, the advance, but the artist, y'all only needed what, 150K, and the label offered you 169,000, and y'all were squabbling about that when really you got more than what you were requiring from your fact pattern. So one thing though, I did like that y'all did, probably bring up something about the touring support funds in order, as an inducement, to get them, more on board and showing them, hey, we believe in her. We can't maybe discuss the numbers right now, but this is something that we're looking to do, is giving her touring support, because artists do need that when they're out on tour. One thing I think that Atlanta could have brought up, which would have given them a stronger position in the argument, is Winter's drug use and her instability right now. And nobody, not a major label, not an independent, no one wants an artist that it's out there, that it's known, hey, this artist has drug problems. There could be some, severe depression, mental health issues. I think that's something you could market like, oh, she overcame this, and that, this is her music is her therapy. But using that with the label, that's not something the label really wants to hear, because they want their artists to be pretty solid, because they are making a major, major financial investment in this person. And if it doesn't pan out, then they've lost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars on an artist. But other than that, y'all did come to an agreement on some things, which I thought that was great, but really y'all really could have finalized this deal, because that was the goal, to get this done, not to keep putting it off. Because the longer you put off something, that means less money for your client, and on either side, less money for your client. And then, who knows, something could pop up and happen that would just completely change the deal and not in your favor. Yes, Mr. Burnett. I see he turned on his camera. So I didn't know if that was my wrap it up music.
No, ma'am, you can continue.
Okay. So that's really those were the negative things that I saw, but I don't want to say negative. Those were the negative things I saw, but I did see a lot of positives. Like I said, I did like your tone in negotiating, because me as a negotiator, I like to keep things cordial, because these are the people that you're going to be working with. You're going to have a long relationship with them. This relationship could be longer than a marriage. So it's good to stay, you fight for your client, but you have to keep, things at cordial. So that's it.
Thank you so much. That was really helpful.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Absolutely.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate your time and your advice, of course.
I see we have another judge who popped in. Attorney Trigg, did you have any remarks on what you saw that you want to share? And Attorney Basson, if you would go ahead and finish out that grading sheet for us so we can get the scores in. Attorney Trigg, are you there? She may have stepped away. Okay. Attorney Jaya Thomas, are you actually on? And if so, you want to share anything with us? You've been one of the people behind the scenes helping us put all of this together.
You guys, I couldn't unmute it. I swear to God. Why
ahead.
did we do that on my phone? I don't know. I'm on my phone now, and I don't know why the unmute button goes away. But hey, so I think that what I do want to say is that good job again. But remember, I said this before when I had Team H. So I'm glad you guys are in the final round. But I think you have to come to a deal. We're in the business to close the deals, and I think you guys could have came to close. But I think overall, good job. I just also think that there was one point about, I guess it was really about the mass, like the term. Did you guys mention the term? Somebody said something about record labels are something about a term. Do you guys recall? Like it was about record labels. I forget.
Are you referring to the quick turnaround time that we were referring to?
Yeah. What was said about that?
It was something about we were emphasizing that they would want 2 albums in a quick turnaround time.
Okay, so yeah, I remember what I wanted to say. I want to say yes for the team B, like as an artist lawyer, definitely we want to get in and out, right? But and then of course the label came back, so that was really good. The label was like, well, we don't want to rush, right? Because the label wants to keep you in the deal forever, right? So that was good. I guess acting or what you guys are doing, but that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
I'll just say, while we're waiting for the score to come in, for those of you who don't know, of course, none of you guys know, but I just graduated SULC back in May of last year. And prior to that, I was a record label exec inside of a major label system. And so this is very near and dear, but let me tell you, I have been at the table in a lot of these situations that you guys are acting through right now. And I can positively say that you guys are phenomenal. I see some of the techniques and the approaches, and I kind of wish in retrospect that my team had conducted themselves like you. So each and every one of you have my email. Please stay in contact. Now that I'm out of law school, I am 100% back in the music business. And so if you're looking for internships or opportunities, I think you guys are all phenomenal. I will point out, just for some context on how things work, music business is super speculative. There's really no metric that is substantially reliable on a new artist. Back when YouTube was the metric, you go sign somebody off YouTube who was doing a bunch of covers, who had people super excited and couldn't convert that particular artist into a major star with original records. And now we have TikTok. You know, a lot of that stuff is huge on TikTok today, but then 6 weeks, no one's thinking about it. And as was pointed out, a lot of people know the song or the TikTok version of the song, but never come to know the brand and the ideals behind the artists who create them. So that's something that labels are struggling to overcome. Recording funds, they typically cover everything that is being produced in the scope of that agreement. The number of masters becomes important because you want to have enough to pick through. So I think it was pointed out, if you have 13 songs on an album or 12 songs, I think it was said, you don't record just 12, you probably recorded about 35 or 40, to be honest. A lot of the songs don't make technical standards that are there. And then there are production and creative issues. And sometimes the issues are over who worked on the record and who didn't get paid and did you get clearance for a sample. So there's a lot of things that could make a record not come out. And so from the record label side, if you're going to put up anything that's sizable, you want to get as much as you possibly can in IP to hold on to so that you have a chance of making your money back. What a lot of people don't know is that it's only about 7% of the acts who are on major labels that's really paying the bills. Almost every other thing that comes through the door becomes a write-off, okay? And when you think of becoming a household name like a Britney Spears or Beyonce, you're talking about millions of dollars of investment over time, okay? So So just keep that in mind for the future. Number of masters, it forms what we call the recording commitment or the recording procedure, okay? And that's very important because whether you end up with 1 album, 2 albums, or 3 albums, it's gonna come from these pool of songs that get created in this time frame, okay? So if you guys want to give us about 5 minutes, we'll get everything. Okay, well, 5 minutes is not needed. So before I announce the winner, I will let Attorney Valerie Baston give us an exciting announcement.
Okay. In addition to the prize money that you received today, I'm going to give each team an additional $250. I was very impressed by both teams. And you know, and this is all a part of learning. You know, we don't expect you to know everything. But 10 years from now, I do, when I see you across the table, if you're at Sony or wherever you may be. But this is a gift from Baston Law PC and Artist Lawyers, which is another company of mine. Artist Lawyers is a company that provides legal representation to artists because they do need it going in and negotiating. It's something maybe comparable to like oh goodness, what's the name of that one company, Mr. Burnett? Legal, where you pay into it.
Legal Shield?
Yeah, like Legal Shield, but this is for artists. And so we're always hiring.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you so
We
much.
really
That's really
appreciate it.
generous. Thank you.
Yeah, it can't be. Thank you enough. And appreciate the kind words as well.
Of course.
And Mr. Burnett or Dean or Chancellor Dickerson will let me know how I can get the money to you, either directly or through the organization, but expect an additional $250.
All right, so without further ado, drum roll. All right. Let me just say, there are no losers here. Everyone has done a tremendous job. I appreciate you. I appreciate your coaches and just all the time that you guys put into it. Even everybody else that may have been eliminated, trust me, it was not an easy decision because everybody brought their A game. Feel good about that. But somebody's got to win, right? Team B has won the second annual MCNC put on by SULC and Diverse Representation along with Burnett and Denson Incorporated. So big shout out to the winners. I'll make sure that you get with Vice Chancellor Dickerson to sort out the particulars on the logistics. Great job to our Sports and Entertainment Legal Association. You guys should give a big handout to your role players who acted as winner. Didn't they do a great job? I mean, it was astounding to watch the emotion come out. Like, what the heck? And of course, our president of CELA, I'll turn it over to her so she can turn it over to Vice Chancellor Dickerson. CC?
Congratulations, guys. I'm so happy to be a part of this for a second year. You guys did phenomenal, and I thoroughly enjoyed watching you guys negotiate this deal. So kudos to you. Congratulations, Team B. Without further ado, I will go ahead and introduce our Vice Chancellor, Marla Dickerson, and she will give us our parting words for the second annual music contract negotiation competition.
So thank you all. Before I get started, I want Team B and Team H to tell me your names, because this has been completely anonymous, and what schools you are representing. So after you all do that, then I'll go ahead and give my my closing remarks.
Hi, I'm Ryan Rochella. I don't know how you wanted to do this, but I just speak it. And I just want to say thank you so much to all of the judges and the organizers, and of course to Team H for putting up an incredible fight against us in this last round.
And what
Yeah.
school are you at?
We go to Brooklyn Law School.
Okay.
Yeah, and then for introductory sake, my name is Joe Cairo. Obviously, go to Brooklyn Law as well. And Andy and Katie, you guys were great. This was a lot of fun. I love. Part of the reason I went to law school was to learn about the music industry and how that relates to law. So this was really exciting to be a part of. So thanks for guys for putting on this competition.
Yeah, just to echo those thanks to everyone and all the work that you put in to make this run so smoothly. Really appreciate that. I'm Annie Cleveland, go to Tulane Law.
Yeah, I'm Katie Norris with Tulane Law too, and thank you again so
Yeah.
much. It's been a pleasure. It's been fun.
Yeah, and congrats, Team B.
Yeah,
Way to go.
congrats.
It was very nice meeting you both.
Yeah, likewise. It was a pleasure.
Nice to meet y'all too.
This has been absolutely wonderful, and I want to say congratulations to you both. And I echo Mr. Burnett, who said that all the teams came with their A games, but in life, as always, someone has to come out on top and someone is not on top. But I am just amazed at the amount of effort and time that you all put into this. And I want to thank you on behalf of Chancellor John Pierre, who is Chancellor of Southern University Law Center, and the judges, and myself, and Mr. Burnett, and Ms. Sanders for showing up and showing out for our second annual competition. And so I would be remiss if I did not, I cannot take credit for any of this. I have to give credit where credit is due. Our sports and entertainment programming has become very robust thanks to two formal students. One is Mr. Burnett, and the other is Mr. Reginald Matthews. And so all these ideas that are coming forth are the brainchildren of Mr. Burnett and Mr. Matthews. And we were fortunate enough to meet Attorney Jari Thomas, who helps us to gather talent for all these amazing and wonderful ideas that these two former students have come up with. So I'm extremely, extremely happy and pleased that you enjoyed yourselves. We are going to come back again next year. So please go forth and tell your colleagues and your classmates at your law schools and at other law schools that, you know, this is a wonderful competition to be a part of. And we are just very, very thankful. So thank you for your time. Please send me an email, Katie and Ryan, so we can square up everything. And just so everyone knows, Team B is going to win $750, and Team H wins $500. And then thankful to Baston Law and artistlawyers.com, you have an additional $250 coming your way. So that is absolutely wonderful. So thank you, Attorney Baston, for that wonderful contribution to the winners. And thank you again. We have some of, I think Brittany is here, and Brittany and Attorney Trigg and Attorney Baston for devoting your time to this wonderful competition. So that's it. We're gonna, until you all send me your emails, I want you to go and get some rest, because y'all have done absolutely a phenomenal job. And thank you. Thank you to everyone who tuned in on YouTube. We have had a very great showing on YouTube with some wonderful comments. Our professors and various faculty members here at Southern University Law Center and students have been texting me and telling me how wonderful you all were doing. So, and that's just from people that I know, but there are also some comments in the chat from other folks who have absolutely enjoyed watching you all grow in your profession. So kudos to you all.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks again. Appreciate it.
Again, thank you so much, and thank you to
Yeah,
everyone.
I echo what everyone else said. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Have a good day.
Likewise.
You as well.